an Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce recipe. This will be for a final cut that I will be posting to my social media platforms within the next couple of days. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with this live. Right behind me here is where I will be doing all the cooking. As you can see, it's already a complete and total mess over here with all the ingredients I will be using. I have onions, parsley, tomatoes, cilantro, garlic, a whole lot of spinach, some seasonings, vermicelli, some Egyptian rice, and some olive oil. So that's pretty much everything that I will be using today. And I also will be making some lahma on the side. However, the lahma will be exclusive to this live. It will not be something that I will post with the final cut of the video, considering that it is a dish that I just recently shared a video for. It's actually for an Egyptian style pot kebab. So if you have not watched that video and you want the recipe, it is on my not just my TikTok but also my YouTube. So right now I'm currently live on TikTok, which is to my left, and YouTube, which is to my right. So with the process that I go through when creating content, one of the first things that I do is I record all of my voiceover audio. That's what all these sheets of paper are in front of me. It's essentially all of my notes and instructions of what I will be saying and or doing for the purpose of this recipe video. Anything above this bold line is essentially my way of letting myself know that's my intro. Anything below it is everything else. Anything that's highlighted in yellow, it's my way of letting myself know that I need to adjust my camera up to show myself where I say whatever it is, whatever step it is in the sequence of the recipe. Anything that is not highlighted is my way of telling myself that the camera angle will be down, focused on the food as I am doing whatever it is in the cooking process. And if you're wondering why the font is so large on this paper, so this is your standard 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. This is a 28-point font in Arial font. The reason for that, if you are new to my page, I was diagnosed with a form of macular degeneration called Stargardt's disease. My vision is 20 over 200 in both eyes, according to my last appointment. So with that being said, anything that a person with regular vision sees at 200 feet, I have to be no more than 20 feet away in order to see it. Hence why the large print font. And as you watch my live, you will notice I do things differently with the way I look at things and so on and so forth. Another thing too, with that being said, when it comes to the comment section, even though my phone is within arm's length, it is literally impossible for me to read any of the comments because of the fact I just cannot see it. Even my own reflection, like on the screen of the phone, with me being arm's length away, I cannot see myself on either of my screens from this distance, which is about 3-4 feet away. So with that being said, if you guys comment and you're expecting a response from me during this live, unfortunately, I will not be able to. However, keep the conversation going with each other, but keep it clean and be respectful and mindful. So let's go ahead and get started with recording the voiceover audio that I need to record. So I'm going to go around here and connect my camera. I got it up on the tripod and need to connect the power supply for the battery because the battery likes to die very quickly. And then this black one right here is to connect it to this monitor over here. Let me turn that on. Let me turn on the light as well. Take off that cap. Tilt that way. So first things first, I'm just simply going to go through and record all of my lines. Turn on a couple extra lights. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Start this recipe by frying diced onions in olive oil. After a few minutes of frying, the onions will become translucent. Push the onions to the side of the pan and add minced garlic in the open spot. When the garlic becomes fragrant, add diced tomatoes. Season it with ground coriander, sea salt, and black pepper. Mix all of these ingredients well. I'm going to redo that one. Mix all these ingredients really well. That one's better. I'll just edit out the part where I stumbled at the beginning there. Be sure to stir this every 10 minutes. To keep this vegan, use olive oil instead of clarified butter to fry vermicelli. After a few minutes of frequent mixing, the vermicelli will brown. I think I may have spoke too soon on that one, so I may have accidentally cut off the part where I said the. Let's see. Nope, that was okay. When this happens, add washed Egyptian rice. Nope, I don't like my tone where I said that because I still have a second part to add to that. So let me get rid of that one and change my tone. Add washed Egyptian rice. Which is a medium grain rice. Mix it well, and let this sit for no more than 1 minute before adding water. The water level should be no more than 1/2 inch above the Let's try that one again. Let me get rid of that clip. Let's take 2. The water level should be no more than 1/2 inch above the rice level. Much better. Once this reaches a boil, immediately turn the heat to low and put the lid on. When the vermicelli rice cook time is up, turn off the heat and let it rest for about 5 minutes before giving it a gentle fluff. Introduce an immersion blender to the ingredients once the tomato sauce is up. Once the tomato sauce is up. What? No. Let me get rid of that one. I fumbled my writing. I originally wrote introduce an immersion blender to the ingredients once the tomato sauce is up. Once the tomato sauce cook time is up is what I'm supposed to say. I left out cook time. All right, let's try this again. Introduce an immersion blender to the ingredients once the tomato sauce cook time is up. Once the tomato sauce is, yeah, I should say a possessive form. Once the tomato sauce cook time is up? Once the tomato sauce's cook time is up. No, I'm not going to say possessive. Let me try this again. Introduce an immersion blender to the ingredients once the tomato sauce cook time is up. I think that will be okay. Blend it until it is smooth. Add hot water little by little to thin out the sauce. Egyptian spinach calls for a thinner tomato sauce. Now that the homemade sauce is made, it is time to introduce the spinach. Add the spinach to the sauce along with chopped parsley and cilantro. Nope, I don't like my tone with how I said any of that, so let me delete that. Let me try it again, but I'm going to split it up this time. Add the spinach to the sauce. Along with chopped parsley and cilantro. And that one was much better. Keep the heat at a medium low. At a medium low? No, at medium low. What am I saying? Keep the heat at medium low. Immediately after adding all the greens to the sauce, fry minced garlic in olive oil. Once the garlic browns, quickly add ground coriander and mix it. Now add the seasoned garlic to the Spinach. Mix it and turn off the heat. That one's just I went to speak, but then didn't say anything. Oh my goodness. It is what it is. Where am I? Did I say to make, yeah, and turn off the heat? Okay. All right, let's try this again, but this time let me try to use some words instead of just standing here in silence. To serve Spinach, add a layer of vermicelli rice to a bowl. Then pile the Spinach on top. Let me try that one again. Just to change my tone a little bit, because that's essentially the final step. Then pile the Spinach on top. Egyptian Spinach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that takes care of all of my voiceover recording for this recipe video. All that's left for me to record in terms of like my verbal instruction is anything that is highlighted in yellow. So on the first page, there's a couple steps that I will need to do. Page 2, same thing, couple steps. Page 3, there's a few more steps, and then the final page, a couple. So there's approximately like 10-ish altogether, 10 different points of the cooking process where I need to prop the camera up on me and say said highlighted steps as I am doing whatever it is in that portion of the recipe. But that completes all the voiceover audio. Now I need to move some of these ingredients out of the way. What I'm actually going to start with is preparing the lahma. So in here, so lahma is going to be exclusive to this live. I already have a recipe video, a full recipe video posted to both my TikTok and my YouTube, and also my website, theegyptiancook.com, for how to make what I'm about to make with this lahma. For those of you who are new to my channel, lahma is meat in Arabic. I'm going to be turning this chuck roast into, or sirloin, I think this is, into an Egyptian style pot kebab called kebab halla. So that part's going to be exclusive to the live. I'm actually going to move you guys over here for this next portion of the live. Give you guys a better point of view. Let me increase my lighting situation as well while I'm at it. And then I also need to clear out some of this stuff out of the way. And we can go ahead and get started. This can stay here. This can move. All the spinach can go to the side as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm also going to, let me adjust my other camera. Just going to get it ready, and then I'm going to turn it off for this portion, since I will not be recording with that for the final cut of the video. All right, looking good. We can turn that off and just let it charge. Push some of these seasonings to the side. Olive oil as well. First things first, I'm going to be slicing a whole lot of, or dicing I should say, a whole lot of onions. I'm going to use this tool to speed up the process. I'm also going to need this giant wok for the lahma. So right now I'm just going to go through and clean up these onions, and then I'm going to dice them. And then we can work on the lahma. And then we can move on to preparing the sauce. And then we can move on to, once the sauce is done, then we will move on to adding the spinach. The spinach only takes like roughly 2 to 5 minutes to cook. So that's going to be the absolute, essentially the final step to preparing the dish. So originally when I was writing this recipe, I was going to add the lahma to the spinach, but then I decided that I'm going to keep it separate instead and do it that way. Instead of adding the lahma to the spinach, I'm just going to keep it separate and keep the final cut of the recipe video. The final cut will just show the process of making the spinach and the rice. Going for this backwards. Let's see how this works. Well, we got some of them diced, some of them sliced, but let me slice the onion in half, and see if that makes a difference. From that first onion, my eye is already tearing up. In one of my last videos, I said, I made a comment that, you know, I don't want to slice this many onions, you know, because it makes a person cry. So then I said, okay, khalas, then think happy thoughts. So clearly I am not thinking happy thoughts right now. Oops. All right, let's slice this in half and see if that makes a difference. There's still some, but it is what it is. So when making kebab halla, for you want the onion to meat to lahma ratio, you want it to be 1-to-1 ratio. So for every 1 pound of lahma, use 1 pound of onions. I know it sounds like a lot of onions, but trust me, when making kebab halla, the onions essentially reduce to form this like onion gravy, you know, I guess you could call it, and it's absolutely delicious. So it will seem like a lot at first, but as it cooks, it will reduce to form a delicious onion gravy-like substance. I'm going to go clear off this cutting board. Be right back. Still have a few more onions to go through, and then we can prepare the lahma. So traditionally when making kebab halla, you want to use yellow onions or white onions. I'm using red onions because I just have a surplus of them. And like I said, if you want the full recipe video, it is on all of my social media platforms. Also, you can find the full written step-by-step instructions, plus the video, plus the full ingredients list on my website, theegyptiancook.com. Be right back. Be right back again. Just have a couple more onions ready. This container is full. All right, this will be the last one, at least for the lahma. This one's no good. All right, let me clean up all this nonsense. I'll be right back. let's try the cutting boards. And let's prepare the lahma. Set these onions on the cutting board. All right, let's prepare lahma. Hopefully I don't have that annoying, TikTok likes to do this thing when you go live where it wants to verify that you're actually still there, like the creator who's gone live. So it makes you, like, it gives you like one of those pictures like, oh, like click all the, you know, the pictures that have like a car or whatever. Then you have to, it's one of those things. And last time when I was live, what was I making? Oh, I was making the Egyptian style fried beef steak. And it kicked me from my live, actually. It said for inactivity was the reason. And it was all because I did not verify the, or not verify, I did not go through and complete the, you know, the picture thing during my live. So right now I'm just cutting this into cubes. Well, first strips and then cubes. I can actually get rid of this. There we go. Let me move some of these pieces off the cutting board. Just little cute pieces is what you're going for. Got a few more strips to cut. Now you can start cooking. All right. So all the lahma is cubed. I'm going to go wash my hands, so I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's come over with the portable stove. Move this out of the way for now. So if you have any excess fat, that's okay. You can use that in place of, I should actually cut this down a little bit. I think the flame just turned off. What? I think it did. It definitely did. Be right back again. Why is this? It's empty, that's why. Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to wash my hands again, and I'm going to grab a refill. All right, I need to grab another butane refill. Just one moment. Here's the refill. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Hopefully everybody can see everything okay. You know what? For this portion of the lava, I'm actually going to move you guys up. Let me clear some of the counter space for you. Let's go on a little trip together. Just moving everybody around. All right. I'm also going to add a splash of olive oil. Once the lahma browns, that's when you want to add the seasonings. Up first is ground coriander. Up next is a little bit of ground nutmeg. And after that, we got some sea salt. And finally, some black pepper. All right, now that the lahma is browned and seasoned, let's come in with the onion. We're gonna need more than this. Now that all the onions are in, you want the lahma to essentially be buried in it. Like I said earlier, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So for every 1 pound of lahma, which lahma is meat for Arabic, you want to use 1 pound of onions. I know it looks like a lot right now, but trust me, as this cooks, the onions will essentially soften. They will release all of its moisture like the onion juices, and it will reduce and form a delicious onion gravy. And that is what you want to happen. I'm actually going to do one last onion. I'm going to add to the mix. Let me set these here. Let me go get rid of this. All right. All right, for every 1 pound of lahma, it takes approximately 1 hour to cook. So this is a little, like roughly 2 1/4 pounds. So minimum 2 hours of cook time. So while it cooks, we're going to keep the lid on. That will help trap all of the onion juices and moisture as it releases from the onions, and it will help create that onion gravy. The onions will reduce, the lahma will cook in all of those flavors, and it will be absolutely delicious. So once the lid is on, you want to keep the heat at about like a medium. So medium simmer for about 2 hours, at least 2 hours. It's one for every 1 pound of meat. It's 1 hour of cook time. So I'm actually going to move this to the stove behind me. So let me turn this one off. Let me go behind me here. There we go. All right, we are on the stove behind me. So that you guys can see, we're right over here. This is where the kebab haya will be for the remainder of the cook time. And the time right now is 3:58. So approximately 5 o'clock minimum is when it will be ready. Let me go ahead and get these onions diced because I will need it for the tomato sauce. that takes care of that. Onions are all set. I'm going to move the stove out of the way for now. Let's get ready for the next shot. I'm going to wash my hands and then I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I need to clean up my area. This can go over here. Just gonna go to the side for now. Going to move you guys back to your regular position. Right, I'll be right back again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. So I have the onions diced and ready in here, in this contraption thing. So I need to have diced onions ready, which is done. I need to have some garlic minced. So let me grab my cutting board. Use that. This can go down here. That's the cilantro. Garlic. We also, so right now we're going to prepare some garlic and the tomatoes, so that way we can go ahead and get started with the sauce. Moment. All right. Right now I'm just peeling some garlic. I'm going to need some for the beginning, for the sauce itself. And I'm also going to need some towards the end of the recipe, which will be fried, which will be fried separately. So I'm going to go ahead and get it all ready now, so that way it is out of the way. For the kebab halla, which is behind me, you want to stir it or mix it every like 10 to 15 minutes. And it looks like TikTok wants me to do this verification puzzle thing, so bear with me, YouTube, please and thank you. What does it want me to do? Which of these objects is used for headwear? Oh my goodness. These images are so like detailed, and it's really difficult for me to see what it is. Here you go, YouTube. So that way you can see what I'm looking at. Hold on, let me. So this is what it wants me to do. Hold on. So yeah, so just bear with me, YouTube, as I try to figure this out. Headwear. I can't even see anything in this picture. That looks like a hat. That looks like a box. I don't even know what that is. I'm just hoping I can do this in time and I do not get kicked. I don't even know what that is. Bear with me, guys. Nope, got it wrong. Which of these objects is resembles pigskin? Come on, that's seriously what you're going to ask me? I can't even tell what that is. Looks like there was a bunch of footballs, so I'm just gonna click the footballs and call it a day. I don't know why they would call that pigskin. I don't know, I see 2 footballs, come on. So I guess it was the footballs. I hate that TikTok has that authenticator, whatever you want to call it. They need to have something different for those individuals with a vision disability. Because it really is challenging to see all of the detail in those images that you provide. And considering that you get a certain number of tries, so it does not make it easy for someone with a vision disability to get it right. Anyways, for those of you joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed, the Egyptian cook. And right now, I'm currently in the process of getting ready to start preparing a homemade sauce for an Egyptian style spinach and tomato sauce recipe. So right now I'm just peeling the garlic, getting the garlic ready. I'm going to peel it. Well, I am peeling it right now, but then I'm going to mince it. And then I'm going to move on to preparing these tomatoes, going to dice them up. And then we can start cooking the sauce. And once the sauce is cooked, or while we're waiting for like for the sauce to cook, we will prepare some rice as well. And behind me already we have an Egyptian style pot kebab on the stove. Got multiple things going for today in today's live. For the purpose of the final cut of the recipe, which we'll post to my page within the next couple days, I'm not going to show how to make the pot kebab. because I already have a recipe video posted for that, which I posted, I want to say like 2 weeks ago, within like about 2 weeks ago, give or take. So for the purpose of the final cut, I will exclude that part, but only for the live. You get, if you were here earlier, you got to see how I prepared like the opening steps to it. Let's see how much garlic I got. I'll do a couple more. All right, last one. I'm going to clear off the cutting board and we can start slicing. Oops. All right, let me clear off my cutting board. Be right back. So when slicing garlic, an easy trick to do, let me adjust this slightly. So when it comes to slicing garlic, an easy trick to prevent like the sticky fingers or the sticky garlic like to your fingers or to your knife is before you start slicing, just run a little bit of water along your knife and also your fingers. So wet knife, wet fingers, and the garlic should slide right off the blade each and every time. Based on the amount of garlic you are preparing, you may have to continue to reapply more water as you go. So garlic on the blade should all swipe right off, both sides, because the blade is wet. It should be that simple. But like I said, based on the amount of garlic you are preparing, you may have to continue to apply more water to it. So that's the third clove, and I'm already starting to feel a slight difference. So with this one right here, which is the fourth, garlic clove. It does slide right off, but it's starting to stick. My fingers are feeling sticky, so I'm going to apply more water. Be right back. Going to apply more water. Going to apply more water. Be right back. Last 2 garlic cloves, and then I'm going to run the knife through the pile. All right, garlic is good to go. Going to wash my hands, so I'll be right back. I'm also going to just temporarily set this to the side. I'm going to bring the lahma over here, and I'm going to move you guys up as well so you can have a better point of view. I need to mix it. So, give me one moment. Oops. All right, let's go on a little trip. All right, let me grab my utensil. All right, so it's been about, let's see the time. It's actually been 20 minutes. I was a little bit late, but that's okay. So as you can see, the onions have already started to reduce. Let's give it a mix. Once you have it mixed, just push down the sides and then put the lid back on, because you want to trap all of that moisture. This will help create that delicious onion gravy. One second, I'll be right back. All right, so that's all set. The lid can go back on, and I can move this back to behind me over here to the actual stove. You want to keep this at like a medium low, medium to a medium low for 2 hours. It's one hour for every 1 pound of meat. All right, that can move back. Let me just wipe down what spilled. This can go back over here, out of the way. Garlic can go to the side. I'm gonna use this on the tomatoes, see how it goes. This is my first time using this this tool, this dicer. Let's see how it goes. So far it comes in really, it's pretty convenient, especially when for making like kebab halla, where you're using a lot of onions that you need diced. So I do like that aspect of it, its convenience. So let's see how it works with the tomatoes. First things first. Going to remove the vine and the stickers, and then give these a good wash. I think that's all the stickers. Be right back. All right, let's go on a little trip. Oops. While we wash the tomatoes. Oops. This jar almost slid off the countertop. All right, I think I made it work. I hope, we'll see. All right, good enough. Right. Let's go ahead and remove the tomato pit. Just simply go in with a knife, angle it, and just circular motion, and it should come out. Last tomato. No, I'm not going to use that thing, that dicer for the tomatoes, because the tomatoes just need to, oops. The tomatoes just need to be roughly chopped because they're being used, it's going to be used for the sauce. So let's do this. I need to grab a bowl for the tomatoes. So just roughly chopping the tomatoes. Because once it cooks and reduces, I'm going to go in with an immersion blender to smooth everything out. And once these tomatoes are all set, all chopped, I think that's everything that I'm going to need. And then we can go ahead and get the sauce going and go from there. Last tomato. That is all the tomatoes. Be right back. I'm like running out of space here. This is no bueno. All right, let's see. Let's double check. Make sure I don't have to prepare anything else. Okay, you fry the onions, garlic, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Add the seasonings, mix all the ingredients, and let it simmer. Okay. So we should be okay. So let's go ahead, wipe down our area because we need to bring back over the countertop stove. I need to turn on my other camera because this is the point where we can start recording those shots. Just waiting for it to kick on. All right. Also at this point, I'm going to bring the lahma back over. Let's give it a mix. Lahma is mixed. Push all the onions down from the side. And then we're gonna put the lid back on, and we're gonna put it behind us, back onto the stove. All right, we're good to go. All right, the lahma is back on the stove behind us. Let's go ahead and get ready for the sauce. Actually, I'm going to use a different one for the sauce. Actually, I'll stick with this one for the sauce and this one for the rice. Change of plan. So that can go to the side. Lid can come off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be first. I do need to record a line where I say, start this recipe by frying diced onions in olive oil. I'm also going to be doing a little pan flip with this, just a simple rotation with this pan. And after that, I'm going to adjust the camera angle down for a different angle, turn on the flame, and go from there. So let's go ahead and do this. Start this recipe by frying diced onions in olive oil. See how it looks, and then we can move forward. Start this recipe by frying diced onions in olive oil. All right, we're good to go. Now I need to adjust the camera angle down, so gotta go behind you guys. Just bear with me as I adjust the camera, please, and thank you for this next shot. Oops. All right, let's see how we look. Need to adjust the camera a little bit more. Good. It looks like it's on a slope. So I just need to adjust my camera right so it's not So it doesn't look so slanted, I guess. All right, it's much better. All right, so that's that shot. Olive oil. Actually, I'm going to actually, you know what? Just keep it. No, I'm gonna adjust the angle up. So need to elevate the height of my camera and then tilt the lens down. And then let's adjust the zoom slightly. All right, that should be okay. Yep. All right, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Olive oil goes in. Give it like 30 seconds to a minute to heat up. Onions are right here by my side. Let me wash my knife. Let me move this out of the way. All right. couple minutes, just letting the onions fry for a little bit. They will become translucent, and then we will add the garlic. So while I'm letting this, letting this cook for a few minutes, I'm going to go grab the onion, or not the onions are already here. Going to go get the garlic ready. I'm just going to simply put it on the knife. So I will be right back. All right, so I have the garlic ready on the knife. I'm going to adjust the camera angle a little bit higher so that way you can see more inside the pot. What just happened? Why does everything look so out of focus? I just turned off the flame because I don't want this to burn as I'm trying to get this camera right. Bear with me, please, and thank you. Why does it look so blurry? Like nothing is. Bear with me, please, and thank you. Let's see if this will help. Let's try this again. Mix it in. All right. Much better. Hopefully my other shots were not blurry. I really hope not. It kind of was, damn it. Sorry, excuse my language. Oops, no, stop. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this one because this is where it starts to, okay, that one, whatever, it's just me putting in the onions, so that will only last like a second. All right, let me turn this flame back on. Let me re-record the previous shot, and we can go from there. All right, let's come in with the garlic. All right, garlic is in. Let's see, garlic becomes fragrant. All right. So about a minute or two, when the garlic becomes fragrant, that's where I'm going to come in with the tomatoes. And then I'm going to add the seasonings. It's very simple for the seasonings. It's going to be ground coriander, sea salt, and black pepper. So let me go ahead, get the seasonings situated. So this is the ground coriander. did I say it? When the garlic becomes fragrant, add diced tomatoes. So that was the ground coriander. Up next is the sea salt. And finally, the black pepper. I do have a recording line after this, so first I need to mix it really well. All right, I need to adjust the camera so that way it's focused on not just the food, but also me. And I do need to record a line. Keep this in medium simmer. Flip up. Put it on. So one moment while I adjust my camera, please. I need to adjust the angle. Just a moment, please, and thank you. Nope. Nope. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, while I try to get this camera angle lined up. Please and thank you. All right. Oops. Keep this at a medium simmer for 45 minutes with the lid on. Keep this at a medium simmer for about 45 minutes with the lid on. Okay, see how it looks, then we can move forward with the next shot. Okay. Do it one more time. Keep this at a medium simmer for about 45 minutes with the lid on. There we go. I want to get it in one shot where I'm looking like dead at the camera and just slam it on there. Nope. I don't want it. All right, let's try this again. Come on. Stoic look, ladies and gentlemen. It's no laughing aloud, okay? Nope. Even when I'm looking at it, I still can't get it right. That was it. I hope. I got it on there. That's all that matters. Whatever. It is what it is. Let's move on to the next shot. Let's see what I say. Be sure to stir it every 10 minutes. All right. So let me adjust the camera down for this next shot. Should be okay. There's the remote. Okay. So that's that. All right, tomato sauce. Now we just got to let it cook for approximately 45 minutes with the lid on, and we're going to start occasionally, like every 10 minutes or so. We're going to give it a nice mix. So let's move this to the stove behind me. While we're at it, let's bring the lahma over. Let's check on our friend the lahma and see how it looks. Bring you guys up so you can see the difference in how much the onions have reduced since the beginning. So as you can see, there's essentially, like the onions have essentially reduced significantly. It used to be full nearly to the top of this pan, but as you can see, it has reduced, and it's starting to form that onion gravy. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We still have like about an hour of cook time left on this, but we're just simply giving it a mix or stir. Then we're going to put the lid back on to allow it to continue cooking. Let's wipe this off. Put the lid back on it. We can put it on the stove behind me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me prop you back up. Back over here to our regular positions. All right. This can go back over here by the stove. While waiting on the tomato sauce, let's make some vermicelli rice. All right. So I need do this. So that's what I need. This can go over by the sink. No longer need it. This bowl is from the tomatoes. It can go in the dishwasher. This is all set as well. All right. While waiting on the tomato sauce, let's make the vermicelli rice. Adjusting my camera angle up. Move this to the side for now. Vermicelli can go in the smaller bowl. That was basically 1 cup in there. That was left in there. So this can go in the dishwasher. So here's the vermicelli. Now the rice. All right, so this is an Egyptian rice, which is essentially like a medium grain rice. All right. Need some water. Just a quick wash. I'm going to go drain this water, so I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. So let me get any of the rice off my hands. I'm gonna go wash my hands, then we can record the next shot. Be right back. I actually need to bring the tomato sauce back over here because for this line I say, while waiting on the tomato sauce, let's make the vermicelli rice. So the camera's up on me for both shots. So I actually need to put this here. Let me bring the tomato sauce back over. Turn the heat on. All right, I'm going to adjust the camera angle. One moment as I make this adjustment. Let's see how we look. One more slight adjustment, and we should be good to go for this shot. And while I'm here, while the tomato sauce is here, because it's been about 10 minutes, let me turn the heat down a little bit. I'm going to stir it. That's all good to go. Lid can go back on. All right, you're good. So while where am I? Oh, I'm up here. While waiting on the tomato sauce, let's make the vermicelli rice. But where I say let's make the vermicelli rice, that will be a different shot. All right. While waiting on the tomato sauce, while waiting on the tomato sauce, I think that one's better. Let's review it, then move forward. While waiting on the tomato sauce. Okay, that one was much better than the first one. All right. So this can go back to the stove behind me. This can temporarily move out of the way. Let's make some vermicelli rice. This. Here's the towel for it. I'll hold it this way instead. Let's see how it looks. Nope. I think it was better the first time, the original way I had it. Let's see how this looks again. Okay, that should be good. Let's make some vermicelli rice. Let's make some vermicelli rice. That should be okay. Let's review it, see how it looks, then we can move forward. Okay, the rice and the vermicelli are in focus. Let's make some vermicelli rice. Very good. I think it should be okay. I want to do it one more time just to be safe. Just be safe. Because earlier I did make the mistakes. Let's make some vermicelli rice. Let's make some vermicelli rice. All right, I need to get the positioning of how I'm holding these two. I do it side by side instead. I think side by side is better than me having it over because it just looked strange. I don't know what I was thinking. Whatever. I think this will be better. All right. Let's make some vermicelli rice. The bowl like almost slipped. Whatever, it is what it is. Let's review it. As long as they're both in focus. I said it properly. I know I said it properly. As long as they're both in focus, we're good to go. We can move forward with the next shot. Let's make some vermicelli rice. All right, they're both in focus. The slip is whatever, it is what it is. I'll keep it. All right, what's next? So I already recorded like all my voiceover audio for these next several steps. So I need to show myself putting the olive oil in the pot. So let me get this situated. This can go through like this. Let me line it up. I need to adjust the camera as well for these next few shots actually. Actually, because that is a taller pot, so it's going to be hard for the camera to see in it. I'm going to bring the camera up like so. And then remove this stuff. Oops, don't fall. Okay, move this to the side. All right, that should be okay. Use olive oil. It's okay. All right, flame is on. Where's the remote? There we go. Oops, and there's the olive oil that I just knocked over. All right, let's do this. All right, so I'm keeping, for the actual like final cut of the recipe, I'm keeping it all vegan. So the spinach is going to be vegan, and the rice, the vermicelli rice, is going to be vegan. It's going to be vegan, excuse me. So instead of using clarified butter or ghee, I'm using olive oil. You can also you can use like regular butter as well when making vermicelli rice, but clarified butter or ghee are much better options. But I'm using olive oil instead to keep the entirety of, for the final cut of the recipe video, to keep it all clean and vegan. So I just added in the vermicelli. So vermicelli takes a few minutes to fry. You want it to turn brown in color. Once that happens, then we're going to come in with the rice. And over here in this bowl, I have Egyptian style rice, which is like a medium grain rice. So when frying vermicelli, it's important that you frequently mix it because of the fact that it does cook quickly. olive oil, I did that. After a few minutes of frequent mixing, blah, blah, blah. All right, once the vermicelli browns, I'm going to like scoop some of it up like so that way the camera can focus on it. And then I will add the rice. About 30-ish seconds and we should be good on the vermicelli. All right, I'm about to come in with the rice. Okay, I'll be right back, coming in with the water. Okay. All right, just pushing all the sides down to ensure all the vermicelli rice is submerged in the water. Okay, so that's done. What shot do I need to take next when this happens? Okay, I did that. Egyptian rice, which is a medium green rice. Mix it well. Water level, okay, I did that. So now I just need to wait to let this, to show this like boiling, essentially. And then turn the heat to low. We can put the lid on. And then I have to take a shot where I say, I'm going to adjust the camera angle and I say, keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes to allow it enough time to absorb the water. So I'm just going to keep everything how it is. I'm going to go behind me and give the tomatoes a stir. Okay, so that's good. The lahma is looking incredible as well, and the smell is absolutely out of this world. I wish you guys could smell it right now as well. Some bubbles are starting to form. I'm going to clean up the kitchen a little bit because everything to my left over here, like by where the sink and the stove is absolutely uh, destroyed. About another minute or so for this to reach that boil. I'm going to take the quick shot. I already recorded the voiceover where I say once this reaches a boil, so it's only going to be like a few seconds for that shot. I'm going to adjust the camera angle down, show the flame going to low, put the lid on, or did I say that backwards? Immediately turn the heat to low, then put the lid on. So put the lid on last. Is that what I just said? I don't even remember what I just said right now. So yeah. All right. Let's do this. I need to move the camera way back and lower it. In a moment while I make those adjustments, please and thank you. Let's see how we look. We need to make one final adjustment and we should be good to go. All right. Keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes. I need to adjust the camera back up so it's on me and where you can also see the pot of rice. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes to allow it enough time to absorb the water. All right. Keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes to allow it enough time to absorb all of the water. Let's see how that looks. Should be okay, I hope. Keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes to allow it enough time to absorb all of the water. I'm going to do it one more time. And we can go from there. Keep this at a low simmer for about 12 to 15 minutes to allow it enough time to absorb all of the water. Let's see how that one looks. I think that one will be okay. That one's much better. So I'm actually going to move this behind me to the stove. Get this out of the way. Oops. Let's bring the tomatoes back over. Let's give it a mix. Okay. Can go back behind me. Let's bring the lahma back over. The lahma should be good to go. So we're going to give it a mix and then a try. So here's how it looks, ladies and gentlemen. This is Egyptian style pot kebab. I already do have a full recipe video posted on my, not just my TikTok, but also my YouTube and all my social media platforms. You can find the full recipe on my website, theegyptiancook.com. It is linked in my bio. I just posted the recipe video for how to make this about 2 weeks ago, I want to say, like 2-3 weeks ago, somewhere in that ballpark. Yalla bismillah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 10 out of 10. If you have not had pot kebab before, I highly recommend you try my recipe for it. It's very simple to make. The hardest part of this recipe is waiting for it to finish cooking. Oops. Mm-hmm. Forget about the spinach. I have some lahma. Life is good. All right. Let me put the lid back on this. It's going back on. I'm setting it back behind me on the stove behind me. The lahma is done. This can move back behind me as well. We still have approximately like 10-ish minutes for the tomato sauce, and we have approximately like 7-ish minutes for the rice. So let's see what I need to record next. The water level, okay, I did that. I finished that. Okay, when the vermicelli rice cook time is up, turn off the heat. Okay, so let me move this stuff, these dirty bowls out of the way. I'm gonna put them in the dishwasher. All right, those bowls are in the dishwasher. Oh, I'm still going to need this for when I make the garlic. All right, what's next? What am I missing here? I need to bring the rice back over here. That's number one. I need to get ready for this next shot. One moment as I adjust the camera angle. How can I do this? Let's see. Let's go like that. Okay. Tilt down. To adjust the angle a little bit more and also the zoom. To make one last adjustment with the angle, and we should be good to go. That spoon, no. Let's see. Actually, let's only rinse this. Should be okay. All right, here we go for this next shot. Okay. Need to adjust the camera. Actually, how did I say? Quick time, okay, turn. So let me turn that off. I can go like this. Okay. Be right back, just adjusting the camera angle. Rice is all set. So I'm just setting on the stove behind me. Now we can bring over the tomato sauce. Just adjusting my camera angle. Let's see how we look. And I also have a line that, oh, I need to adjust it because I have a line that I need to record. Now back to the tomato sauce. There we go. Let's see how that shot looks. And let's move forward. Now back to the tomato sauce. I'm gonna do it one more time. If I turn it too low on here, it like shuts off the butane. So just trying to get the right temperature. All right, that should be good. Now back to the tomato sauce. All right, let's see how that one looks. That one should be okay. Then we can move forward. Now back to the tomato sauce. I think that one's okay. Introduce an immersion blender. Is the flame still on? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Immersion blender. Getting myself situated with the immersion blender. I also need to adjust the camera angle down for the next, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Next 3 shots. The lid comes off for this part. Actually, let me plug in my charger as well for you guys, because we have been going at it for quite some time now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Oops. And when I say this, I mean like make a mess and all that fun stuff. All right, let's see. What's my first line? I said, introduce an immersion blender to the ingredients. Once the tomato sauce cook time is up, blend it until it is smooth. Add water little by little. Out the sauce, okay. Oh, I need to hit record, duh. I'm done. I'm retiring after this. I mean, I made some lahma, so you know, life is good. So, alrighty, let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Serious faces on. No more laughing when we're recording. No laughing allowed at all whatsoever. I need to bring this over here. Please don't fall. Actually, it's a bad idea. Just put it like so. Yeah. Okay. That should work. Now, what I need to do, oops, is bring some water to a boil. So right now, I'm going to bring some water to a boil. I'm going to do it on the stove behind me though. So that's going. I'm going to continue blending to try and get this as smooth as I can. I'm going to add the water because for like Egyptian style spinach, it does call for a thinner type of sauce. You can also use broth for this step instead of using water. Like if you want to use vegetable broth, that's okay. If you use chicken broth or lahma broth, meat broth, that's okay too. But if you do those chicken or meat options, then this no longer remains a vegan recipe. Sauce is looking and smelling really good. Ever since I made kushri a couple of weeks ago. I told myself when it comes to, for all my cooking videos, I will be making my own tomato sauce, like if the recipe calls for some sort of tomato sauce. So I'm going to make my own tomato sauce rather than use any type of canned or any type of canned nonsense. I'm going to try to stay away as much as possible from anything that comes already prepared in cans for the purpose of my recipe videos. When I made the sauce for the kushri a couple weeks ago, it was absolutely incredible, and I think a lot of you enjoyed it as well too, seeing the process of it being made. Some of you were upset though because I did not put vinegar in the sauce for the kushri, which it is what it is. Not everybody makes everything the exact same way. But a lot of you did appreciate the process I went through to make that dish. Be right back. I'm just going to grab my cup of water. Instructions to see, because I did get the shot of me blending. Let's see if I need another one or not. What did I record already? I guess I was recording this entire time. Oh my goodness, I'm a mess. Whatever, it is what it is. Oh, don't want the spoon in there. Oh my goodness. Close call. Oops. I'm going to go grab another towel. Be right back. I quit. I need a taller cup for for me to do that, not such a short one. Oh my goodness. All right, let me set that there for now. I don't know if this will fit in there or not. Let's see. Nope. All right, the water is about to start boiling. All right, how do I say this line? I said add water little by little to. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next shot. Coming back with the blender, so let's do this. The sauce is a lot thinner. I'll set with this. I'm going to go wash this. So I'll be right back. Actually, be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Oops. I was still recording the entire time. Let's see. Did I at least get what I needed? Yeah, okay. Of course, now it tells me internal temp too low. Or too high, I mean. So, camera just shut off. All right, let me put the lid on this. There we go. Let me unplug the immersion blender. Get that out of the way. And also, let's get the kitchen cleaned up. And I might as well use this downtime to get the next steps ready. Actually, let me get that last shot for the sauce, then I'll clean up the kitchen. Then I'll prepare the greens while the sauce is still on the stove. I'll put the sauce back on the stove behind me. We'll prepare the greens. And then we'll plate it. Oh, then we still have to fry the garlic at the very end too, once we add the greens in. And then we'll plate it. And then I'll record my intro and outro lines, say Yallah Bismillah, and then we can eat. Just give it a few minutes for my camera to cool down. Let's see if I can get this now. I also have a recording line as well, so I need to adjust my camera. Hopefully I can get this line in time before it overheats again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's record this next line. Hopefully I can get it in the first shot. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, go use broth, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. I added in a few extra words. Not go use broth. No, Mr. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. But I need to like put the more more oomph in it. So let's try it again. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, go. No, don't say go use. No, okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. broth expert. That's all I need to say, not go use. All right. Hopefully I can get this in less than 10 takes. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert.
To get started, download the Google Home app on a phone or tablet.
Are you kidding me right now? One second, please. Let's try that again. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. That one was better. I'm going to try it one more time. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. I'm going to get rid of that one, so that way when I go through it, I need to turn down this temperature too. Delete. Okay. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas. I was about to say go. I can't say go use. I just want to say, okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm going to get this. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. I think that one will do. Let's review it just to make sure, and then we could go from there. Oh, that's. Come on, get to it. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. I need to get the I need to get the okay khalas right. It needs to be like, it's got to have that oomph to it, like with my expression and tone and like body language and just like the whole package. It just needs to be right. Oh, that's not how you make it. I like to use broth. Okay, khalas, Mr. and Mrs. Broth Expert. I think that one's going to be the winner. All right. That one gets a quick round of applause. All right, 3 times over. That can turn off. This can go on the stove behind me, out of the way. Just gonna keep it at a low. This can go to the side for now. I need to clean up my mess. All right. This can go in the dishwasher. Next, I need to, where's the parsley? Just some parsley. I'm going to go rinse it. Let me be right back. So I'm just roughly chopping this. I'm not trying to go, super fine or anything like that. Just a rough chop is okay. And here's some more parsley that I was using earlier. Not in this slide, but from what I made before. I can add to it. Okay. So that's the parsley. I'm gonna turn off this camera since it did overheat earlier. Give it a little time to cool down. Here's the garlic from earlier. Alright, still need to chop this can go away. Still need to chop cilantro. This garlic can go to this tinier one, cutting board, I should say. Going to go rinse this cilantro. Oops. Here's what I'll do. Be right back. Same thing for the cilantro. I'm just roughly chopping it. I'm actually going to use a little bit more. should be good for the cilantro. I'm gonna go wash my hands and also the knife. I'll be right back. All right, this can move out of the way. This is garbage. All right. This can move to the side for now. Need the portable stove again. That's my next line. All right, I need to Don't mind me, I'm just making a mess with my mountain of spinach. Here's my mountain of spinach. Let's get ready for this next shot. I do have a bunch of recording lines. Okay, now that the homemade sauce is made, it's time to introduce the spinach. This is your fair warning. The spinach requires only 2 to 5 minutes of cook time. Okay, I need to get myself, I need to get myself ready. Right. I'm also going to need a small saucepan. Just set that there for now. So I'm going to need that for the garlic. And then let me get the coriander ready as well. There's the coriander. That's ready for the garlic. All right, so let me turn my camera back on. Let's get this next few shots in. Now that the homemade sauce is made, let me move this out of the way. Just setting it to the stove behind me. Putting the lid back on it. Okay. Need to adjust my camera. It is time to introduce the spinach. It's time to introduce the spinach to it. It is time to introduce the spinach to it. Okay, spinach is in focus. It is time to introduce the spinach to it. All right, very good. Next line, where am I? This is your fair warning. This is your fair warning. Okay, let's see how it looks. Make sure we're good, then we can move on to the next one. This is your fair warning. This is your fair warning. I need a little bit more emphasis on it. This is your fair warning. Spinach only requires 2 to 5 minutes of cook time. 2 to 5. I should do that. It will show in the camera 2 to 5. If I keep my hand here, but if I put it this side, it won't be in camera view. So let's try it again. Spinach only requires 2 to 5 minutes of cook time. Let's see how that looks. Hopefully I got it all in view. Spinach only requires 2 to 5 minutes of cook time. Okay, very good. I can set this down. What's next? Okay, add the spinach to the sauce, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now I need to adjust camera angles. Bring this sauce back over here. Okay. The lid can go over here for now. Turn this back on. Keep it at low. I need to adjust the camera angle. All right, let's see how we look. Then we can move forward. Okay, I definitely need to zoom in on it. Give you one moment to make the necessary adjustments with the camera. All right, I just need to tilt it a little bit more. Let's see how we look. I think we should be okay. It's okay. It looks super full right now, but give it a couple minutes and it will significantly reduce. So it will be okay. Just trust the process, okay? I think it's gonna take me longer to clean up my mess than it is for this to reduce. All right, I need the parsley next. All right, that was the parsley. Okay. One moment, I'm just gathering all the cilantro, and I will be right there. Okay, there was the cilantro. Just go to the side for now. Okay, do I have a recording line? Told you to trust the process. All right. I need to quickly just the camera angle up so that it is on me, and I need to pull it back as well so that way you can see the spinach. All right, hopefully this is good. Immediately after adding all the greens to the sauce, immediately after mixing all the greens in with the sauce, immediately after mixing all the greens in with the sauce, all right, where's the lid? This can go on the stove behind me. Pan. Actually, wipe. All right. Little pan. I need to adjust the camera down onto this. Just one moment, please, and thank you. Let's see how we look. That's a problem. There we go. So that was olive oil. Giving my knife a rinse, and I'm going to keep it wet. That will help all the garlic slide right off of it. Okay, garlic is on the spoon, or on the spoon. Garlic is on the knife. Actually, I don't need this spoon. I can just use the... It's giving it like 30 seconds to a minute for it to heat up. And then we're going to fry some garlic, and once it browns, we're going to add in some ground coriander. We're going to quickly mix it, and then we're going to add it to the spinach. And that will be it for cooking the Spinach. Spinach is the Arabic way to say spinach. Not only the literal translation is spinach, but for this dish, even though it's a spinach with tomato sauce, even if you add lahma to it, it's still just called Spinach. You can say Spinach bil lahma if you do add meat to it. But like I said earlier in the live, for the purpose of the actual like recipe video, like the final cut, I am keeping everything vegan. I did make lahma on the side, but that's not going to be included in the final cut. That's essentially just going to be an exclusive to the live. I've already shared several times how to make Egyptian style pot kebab, and I did just recently post it a couple weeks ago. So if you missed it, or if you want to know how to make it, it is on all of my social media pages. Look for the thumbnail that says pot kebab on it, P-O-T space K-E-B-A-B. And it is also on my website, theegyptiancook.com. All right, let's go ahead and let's fry some garlic. Here's leftover garlic that didn't make it onto the knife, which is okay. All right, let's quickly fry this. Only takes a couple minutes, not even, for the garlic to brown. Garlic is already browned. Okay, let's trade places. Let me adjust the camera angle. All right, garlic is in. This is the garlic that makes it. Let me turn off the heat. All right. need to adjust the camera angle. So that's done. I'm set with this thing, so I can move it out of the way. I need to clean up my area, and then I can work on plating this. I can plate it, record my intro and outro lines, and anything in between that I missed. And then we can say Yallah Bismillah and eat. Just moving some of the things out of the way from the counter. Let's do this. Let's get the plate ready. I need to adjust the camera angle. I need to move this out of the way. And then bring this over here, like so, and then do it this way. And then try not to make a mess along the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just need to adjust the camera one last time for my intro and outro lines that I need to record. And then we can say Yallah Bismillah and we can eat. So let's do this. You know what? I'm also going to adjust the camera down again to record another shot of just the spinach in the bowl, in a clear bowl. Because it's actually I should not have dumped it like that because I didn't want all the sauce to go in there. That was really stupid. Whatever. just need one more shot of that one by itself. And then we can record the remaining lines. And then we can eat. Say yalla, then we can say yalla bismillah and we can eat. And the charger as well. So let me go ahead and get this situated. All right, let's do this. All right, that's the final shot that I need. That's actually what I'm going to be using for my thumbnail. For what's it called on my website for when I post this recipe to my website. So right now I'm just adjusting my camera up. And now I'm going to record intro and outro lines. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce, what we call, it is called sabanich in Egyptian culture and just in Arabic in general. Here you go, YouTube, Egyptian style sabanich. Spoon I have ready over here. Just move it closer. Grab a couple of napkins just in case. Actually, you know what? Let's grab the giant towel because it's about to be a mess anyways. It's been a mess this entire time, let's be real. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce. I'm going to change the camera angle just a little bit more so it's a little bit higher and kind of downward. So that way you can see kind of more over the bowl and I don't have to worry about like tilting it and spilling it all over the place as I'm trying to talk and move. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach and tomato sauce. What? You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style. I forgot what I was going to say because it started spilling. Oh my goodness. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I need to wipe the edge of the bowl. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce. Let me come back up. Let me remove. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully without the spillage. All right, take like 47. Oops. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach with tomato. No, come on. Okay, let's try this again. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce. In Egyptian culture, we call this sabanich. This is a vegan recipe. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. You can also serve the Spinach separately from the vermicelli rice. Also serve the Spinach separately from the vermicelli rice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moment of truth. I just said Yalla Bismillah 2 shots ago. Let's go ahead and dig in. Here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce over vermicelli rice. Here you go, YouTube. Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce over vermicelli rice. That was incredible. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. I just kind of went, excuse me. I kind of just went radio silent for the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes and just devoured this. Well, it was a plate of vermicelli rice with this Egyptian style spinach with tomatoes, also known as sabanich in Egyptian culture. There's 1 or 2 ways that you can serve it. Well, there's multiple ways you can serve it. You can serve it like by like, I personally like to do it like how I just ate it, where I put it over the rice. Some people like to put it on the side of the rice. So that's why I have it like in a separate bowl as well for those who don't like to put it over the vermicelli rice. So yeah, so that concludes this portion of how to make it, excuse me, of how to make Egyptian style spinach with tomato sauce. The final cut to the final cut to the recipe should post to my page no later than this coming Monday. So within 2 days from today, it should post to my social media, to all my social media and my website. The website will, the recipe itself will be exclusive to the website. So if you want all the recipe details, like measurements and a written instructions, that will be exclusive to my website, theegyptiancook.com. But the video itself will include the instructions of what to do. I just will not be saying the measurements in on my social media or in like my social media descriptions. That will all be to my website. I also made, cannot forget about this, at the beginning of this live, I also made this this pot of lahma, pot kebab. So originally, when I was writing this recipe and brainstorming it, so when you make so Egyptian spinach, you can make it like how I made it, where there's no meats in it, so it's a vegan dish, or sometimes you can make it with lahma. So when I was thinking about making this, my original plan was to make it with lahma. Excuse me. But then, as I was writing it a couple days ago, like kind of like a last minute decision here. Let me bring you guys actually a little bit closer to me. One moment, because I need to move battery up, like my charging battery as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. So let me adjust. So originally when I was writing this recipe video to make this Egyptian style spinach, there's 1 or 2 ways that you can make it. You can make it to where it remains a vegan recipe, or you can make it where you also incorporate some sort of lahma, whether it is beef or lamb, in with the dish. Here, let me wipe this off. Make sure we're good to go. Because I did spill it a few times here and there. I'll just hold it like this, just to be safe. Oops. Whatever, that didn't happen. So originally when I was planning this recipe to make this Egyptian spinach, I was going to make it with lahma, but then I decided as I was writing it here, as I was writing it, that I was going to omit the lahma and keep the lahma exclusive to my live and keep this as a vegan recipe. So anytime Mama makes it, sometimes she has made it with lahma, but majority of the time she makes it to where it is vegan friendly, although none of us in the family are vegan. But this way it is cleaner, it is still very flavorful. So that's how I decided to make this. And that's how I will post it for the final cut to my website and my page. However, at the beginning of this live, I still made some lahma because I had the lahma, I was originally planning for it, but then it was a last minute decision that I was not going to include it. Excuse me. That I was not going to include it in the final cut of the recipe video, but I was just going to keep it as an exclusive for the live and just make it separately. So this is actually Egyptian style pot kebab, also known as kebab hadla. Here you go, TikTok, and here you go, YouTube. So it's a very simple process. The hardest part is just waiting for the time for it to cook. For every 1 pound of lahma, it takes approximately 1 hour to cook. And it's simple ingredients. It's just a lot of onions. It's a 1-to-1 lahma to onion ratio. So for every 1 pound of lahma, you want to use 1 pound of onions. And your seasonings, ground coriander, ground nutmeg, sea salt, black pepper. You can also use other seasonings, whatever you like. But those are like the primary seasonings to use. And that's pretty much it. You brown the lahma, you add a ton of diced onions, and you reduce the heat to about like a medium low. Put the lid on and let it cook for 1 hour for every 1 pound of lahma. So in this case, it was a little bit more than 2 hours of total cook time. And over time, the onions will reduce its juices, which will help cook the lahma and help make the lahma really tender. And over time, the onions will also reduce to form this delicious onion gravy that you see mixed in here with the lahma. So this is an Egyptian style pot kebab. The full final cut recipe video and the recipe is also posted on my website. So you can go ahead and get all of that information if you want to know how to make this. Yalla bismillah. Mm-hmm. See how the excuse me, how the onions reduced to form this gravy. I like to save this part. Usually I eat this over vermicelli rice, but I kind of forgot to add that to the bowl as I was plating this. But I still have some behind me, so I'm going to save this for later tonight. That's it for tonight's live. Thank you for everybody who joined in today to watch me make this Egyptian style spinach, also known as spinach. It is spinach with tomato sauce, and the final cut to the recipe video will post to my social media platforms, all of my social media platforms, by this coming Monday at the very latest. And the full recipe with written ingredients and detailed instructions will be found on my website, theegyptiancook.com. If you're not already following me, go ahead and follow me on TikTok. And if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube and help me reach 100,000 subscribers on YouTube this year in 2025. Thank you, everybody, for joining in tonight. That concludes tonight's live, and have a wonderful night.